Alright, so where do we begin? Might be with cutting these guys down. Let's see. Let's do this one. I think Matt said that he wanted to keep the brass on. So let's see how that pans out. The other option is getting ready for that. I don't know if there's a Wenge strip that I have. Is that at 25? I think it is. Yes. Let's do that. Let's get that cut down so that we can glue it up. Because once that process is over, then we can move on to our other things. So, got a lot of knives to build, but this is going to be our next one. It's always better to go a little higher, so 36 is where we're sitting. Cool. Looking good there. So I'm going to cut one more piece, and that part looks gorgeous. So let's do that. Yeah, and it's the flat side. But it's got, oh, that'll do. Let me grab my safety glasses. Woo! Let's get some copyright-free music on. All right, let's get this Wenge cut. Cut it down. Look around, make sure that there's nobody else left in town, 'cause I'm hip popping and hip popping, rip ropping and clip copping, slip slopping. Should have gone a little bit more, but that's all right. because we're going to have a lot of sanding to do on this guy. So my goal for this cutting board is to kind of match it. I had to fix a mistake that I made on this board, and I think it's going to look better if I put 2 to kind of keep that pattern going. So where are we sitting at? We're sitting at 6, 7, 8 millimeters off. So if I make this guy 8 as well, I think that'll be a nice look. So if I cut that right there, we'll just hop over to the miter saw station for this cut. That'll be good. So, sometimes you need to cut your beautiful creations. And we're gonna just fix this guy. So the plan here, hopefully that's okay with that. I guess I don't really want to try and cut this guy down any. This guy's gonna be we're gonna cut this guy down. Cut the bad end off. Cool. So, game plan here, glue this guy to this side. That way we get that pattern back. It's going to be a little elongated. How much longer is it than the other cutting boards though? Oh no, it's about the exact same size. Cool. Okay, that'll look good. I like these sizes so far. Okay, so I'm gonna glue this guy back into place. Let's get that going. And this is me fixing a mistake that happened on this board. Originally, I just had these 2 sections with the Wenge running across, and when I was routing out the juice groove, the router slipped on me and caused a little nick into the Wenge on this piece. So I decided to cut that section out and replace it now at this point with 2 strips going this way, which I think will be a cool little addition anyways, because it's going to really kind of bring that pattern across it. And yeah, at first I just had 1 strip in there glued, and I think it looked a little funky to me, so I decided I'm going to cut another piece of Wenge and put it in between here. That way the pattern is consistent. I think that'll look really nice once it's glued up and together as one piece, one entity. So let's get some clamps out. We got some spare Wenge that's we can use for some knives, of course, right? Am I right? Because for some reason we're addicted to making knives right now. So let's get these clamps out. We just need 2 for this bad boy. Whoops, sorry, miter. Sorry, my beautiful miter station. What's up, people? Beautiful day here in Bordeaux. And by beautiful, I mean cloudy, which is nice because it's not hot, not cold, just right. Okay. We'll drop our saw blade down. Give us some extra working space in front of the camera for you guys and girls, if there's girls. Dude, what's up, man? I gotta say that I freaking love your videos. Like every single time a video of yours comes on, I'm there, man. They crack me up. They crack me up completely. And when you call out the bullshit on the other YouTubers, I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Because it drives me nuts. I can't keep up with the sales or 50,000% profit. I'm like, dude, like, if that was really the case and it was 50,000% profit, then why wouldn't you just be making those right now? Like if these cutting boards were making me 50,000% profit, or I couldn't keep up on the sales, I'm sorry, YouTube. My cameras would be off for a minute while I cranked these puppies out, you know? I wouldn't be sitting trying to make one YouTube video. I'd be like, dude, okay, I have a product that I can't keep up with right now. So sorry, YouTube, you're gonna have to wait because I need to make some real money and sell 30,000 cutting boards. Like, drives me nuts. So to see someone calling them out, I told my wife that I wanted to do it, and she was like, don't get involved in calling people out. Just stick to your lane. I was like, yeah, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. Who knows, you know? But right now, what I'm doing is fixing this cutting board that I was working on. So what happened was I was doing the juice grooves on this guy, and I had it set up in my jig and everything like that, and the router slipped on me a little bit and cut into the Wenge. So I cut that section out, and now I'm replacing it. At first, I had it just earlier today like this with one stripe in the middle, and I was like, yeah, it kind of looks okay, but it looked a little weird to me. So I decided to just cut it just now, and we're going to add that second stripe to kind of bring that pattern full circle, you know? Yeah. So that's the game plan on this guy to fix it. And I think it'll work out just fine after that. So yeah, I start work usually at like 9 o'clock ish. Drop my daughter off at school, and then kind of just come into the garage after that and try to keep going. But it's weird for the lives for sure to be on this early because most of the audience is US based. And so yeah, they're like what, 7 hours behind us or something like that, 7, 8, depending on where they're at. So usually don't get many people watching. Thanks, man. Yeah, this one is my second favorite, third favorite, I'd say. I have 2 behind me. I don't know if you can see them. The one that right here that has the knives on it, I think that one's going to be my favorite, but we all know how that goes with for some reason the one that you think is going to be your favorite never turns out to be your favorite. And the first one that I made is made out of teak and Wenge, and I really love the look of that one. But yeah, right now I've been on a little knife making kick, and it's been a lot of fun to like I buy these blanks from online. I think they came a couple of times from the UK is where they came from, and then they're just a good way to really burn through some of those smaller scrap pieces that you have laying around. So I've been on a real big kick with those guys. I'll show you here in a second the the knives and where we're kind of at with those guys. Once I get this guy adjusted. Yeah, I think this will look better with the two strips going down it, kind of bring that pattern in there. I don't think I have any water in here. I might have a little in my water bottle. Hell yeah, man. I just got done with my coffee and my morning coffee shits, and now we're in here. Let's just... Yeah, I think the two strips is going to be a better call. Looks all lined up to me. Enough for the planer, at least. Yeah. Looks good, feels good, must be good. Let's throw one more clamp on there. To get that equal pressure that everybody speaks so much about. There, that should be good. All right, so let's get this guy out of the way. That's good for today. Yeah, I think that looks much better with the two stripes going through it. And it looks about the right spacing. Yeah. That'll be cool. That will be cool. All right, so put our glue away. I think we're good on that for a second. Kind of get cleaned up. Might blow this out. Give it the old garage blowski. So, I don't know if there's a nice way to cut these. Let's start off with John's knife. Mr. John. He had a pretty cool selection. I think this one will look really good once it gets some bucket of coffee. Just one is good for me, man. If I had a bucket, I wouldn't leave the restroom today. This was a knife that I actually just made for my friend in Ohio. So I just need to take it to the bladesmith on Wednesday, and he's gonna put an edge on it. But it's made out of Perota, a strip of cedar, and then Wenge plugs on it. Pretty cool, pretty cool. It's a skinning knife, and it feels killer in the hands. And then I think you saw the video on the cheese knives, so that was pretty cool. And they're so simple to make, man. It was really easy and fun kind of project, but I really like the blade look on this guy, the Perota wood. But that stuff is super expensive. Super expensive. So, let's see. Oh, the wife's home from work. Let me say hello real quick. Hey, babe. Good. Just doing live.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not too early.
It is what it is. We live in France, so early is, that's when I'm working, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. Love you, babe. See you in a second. All right. I guess that's up to you, man. I don't know if it needs expensive wood. And, I mean, obviously it looks better, but I also don't know how much your wood is in your area. Are you in Poland now, you said? And I'll tell you in just a second. But the wood here in France, or hopefully in Europe, I'm saying, for the hardwoods is so much more affordable than the U.S. Like ridiculously cheaper than in the U.S. So I'd go check it out and see if you can't find like a sawmill near you or something still in the UK. Well, you guys are the ones who shipped me the knife blades, so that's pretty cool. You might be able to get those for really cheap by you. Um, but France, yeah. So my wife is French. We met each other in Hawaii when I was living out there, and then we moved back to Ohio, which is kind of the old stomping grounds. And then after that, we lived there for 4 years, and we just kind of decided that our daughter was starting to get older. She's turns 5 on Wednesday, and so we just kind of wanted to. We were talking about moving to France in like the future, and I was like, if we're gonna do it, we might as well do it now before she gets comfortable with her friends and things like that. So we just decided to pick up and sell everything and move out here where her family is from. So it's awesome so far because her whole side of the family is in the village that we live in, just outside of Bordeaux. So we're all within like 5 minutes walking distance of like cousins, aunts, grandparents, everything like that. So it's been super nice to have people closer by to help with watching our daughter at times and those kinds of things. So definitely a nice move on our side of things, I would say. But yeah, I've heard the UK is expensive, but yeah, at least I like I said, that's where the knife blades come from. So you could see if that's something in your area. And I don't know about the woods though. How much the woods run you over there? But for some reason in France, like Purple Heart, like all of the exotic woods are so cheap, man. Like what I would pay $100 for the board of Purple Heart that I bought, I'd probably be paying about $130 for the piece of wood. And here I paid, I think it was 16 euros for the whole piece of wood. It was a 6 foot piece that's about an inch thick and I'd say 6, 7 inches wide. Dirt cheap, man. When he told me that price, I was like, I'll take 3 of them. And then the same thing for like the Wenge and Tiger Wood and all these other woods. He was like, that one is $7 a board or €7 a board. And I was like, fucking sold, dude, sold. So I went a little crazy, but I already burned through a good majority of it, which is awesome. Now this cut kind of scares me a little bit, so I think we're just gonna take it slow. It's just close to the fence, but I need these cut down to 10 millimeters. I should have just started off by doing that earlier, but for some reason I didn't. So here we are making extremely sketchy decisions. What's new? Let's adjust that guy first. It's been driving me nuts. What is the business idea that you're gonna be starting up? Is it gonna be based around woodworking? That's better. Definitely don't stop YouTube, man, because I love your videos. Your videos are freaking great. Okay. So we're going to cut these bad boys down to just over 10. And we're just going to slowly work our way through them. That's about all we can do. All right, I hate this cut. Oh, actually, this might be a safer alternative. Maybe slap some sandpaper on that. I don't know if that's gonna hold as well. Definitely not a... This might help. This might just not help, but I think it should help. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna scrap up a piece of sandpaper here. Cool. Mainly making some high value items customized. Yeah. And I would like to do the more high valued items. So my game plan right now, is to kind of make things that I can bring with to the local markets here in France. The biggest problem for me right now is I don't speak much French. I'm still learning it, so like it's pretty hard to communicate with people and be able to do what I did in Ohio. I had a company in Ohio that I started in 2019, and I did home remodeling. So I had a couple of employees, and we did bathrooms, kitchens, basements, whole house flips, all that kind of stuff. And it was great, and I'd like to kind of do something like that as well here. But I don't speak French, and it's pretty hard to go and tell people that I'm gonna remodel their entire house if I can't even communicate to them. So I think right now in my head the plan is that okay, I can make a bunch of like smaller items that I can bring with to the markets hopefully that helps with speaking, because I'm going to be forced into speaking to strangers, about the things that I'm making and whatnot. So hopefully that helps the language and gets my name out there for woodworking projects and things like that. But I would like to um, transition into making the higher end items. I really love making like dining tables and things like that. So I actually, above me over here in my like wood storage area, storage and stuff like that, I have a huge slab of walnuts, like a live edge tree, that I already cut in half to make two dining tables out of. And then I have some oak as well that I milled down. That's also going to be turned into most likely some kind of high-end table. So I just really need to, one, build them, but my fear is that I build them right now, for instance, and then I don't have a great way of marketing them, um, to where they're just sitting here for a long time, and I really don't want that. So I'm kind of filling my time right now by building smaller things that I think I can bring with to the local markets, and then start to hopefully transition over into more of the bigger projects, furnitures and custom builds and things like that for people. So, and yeah, the online business I think is also going to be what it's going to have to be. But I my problem right now with that I'm trying to figure out how I can get by is I'm using like ChatGPT and stuff like that to translate for me what I want it to say on those listings, and I don't know if I should really just have my wife help me with those things right now. That's probably what I'm gonna ask, because when I transferred stuff, like I tried to sell some of those egg holders and things like that on Facebook, and I don't know if the description is throwing people off, because maybe it looks a little like AI and fake or something, and they're like, it's kind of sketchy or whatever. So we'll see. Um, but yeah, I have not sold anything. So maybe I should make a YouTube video about that. Like, make these if you want to sell zero. Because, yeah, that's pretty much where we're at right now. We'll see. I think that what I have here will do well at the markets and stuff like that. But there's only one way of finding out. And it's not through claiming shit on YouTube. It's through going to the market. So we'll see. The Etsy page that I started on there, I put a couple of things on, nothing so far. So I need to really, but I also need to go and do more work on the online section for sure again, um, and then come back to working. But you know how it goes. You get distracted. You do one thing, you do the other, and life goes on. Life goes on. All right, let me cut this guy down to 10 and see how that works out. See if I don't kill myself because it's such a small piece. Let's see. It seems a little thin, but it's right where we want it. It's at 10. On the dot. Good thing this is for a smaller knife. So I think the next one I'm gonna jump up to 11 or 12 millimeters. No worries, man. That's awesome though, to be able to work from home. At least you got a job, my guy. I'm over here struggling. Nah, it's okay. I was fortunate enough to have my company in Ohio and sell it before leaving and those kinds of things. So can't complain. And now I get to woodwork. All right, let's start a little bit of a sander action just to clean that up. All right, plug this bad boy in. Bro, I gotta blow a snot rocket. Grouse. Gross. $60 might be a little rough, but we're just gonna hit it with a light fan. Perfect. Nope. Never give up, dude. Don't you worry about that. There's one thing I'm not. It's a quitter. Not a quitter. I'm an almost quitter. Nah, I don't quit. All right. So this is going to be that knife here. We got plenty of split space to get the grains. Actually, it'd be pretty cool to do something different with one of these knives. Let's just trace that guy out there. Hopefully that epoxy shows up, because all of this work is kind of useless without having the epoxy right now. Just ran out the other day. Amazon to the rescue. Gotta say, that's the one thing that's weird about Europe. I don't know if it's the same in the UK or not, but in the US, I have like 5. That was a lie. 3 Home Depots for sure that are within like 15 minutes each way, you know? And here, there is like 0 freaking stores, which is just crazy. You know, I have to go down to Bordeaux, past Bordeaux, to get to the stores that I need to. So it's like a 35-minute drive to get to some of the wood mills and stuff like that. Stores are so much more spread out here compared to in the US. I don't know if that's the same in the UK, if you guys have like a lot of small shops, or if you guys are more kind of bigger. Kind of looks like a bag holder. Okay. So that's that one. As Suzanne chose these colors. So this is Wenge, Purple Heart, and Cedar that she wanted running through her knife. So, like I said, I'm going to increase. We cut it at 10 that last time. I think I'm going to go just 11 and a half, 12 kind of area. I think I might just cut all these guys down, and then after that we can just wait for the epoxy to show up and glue that up. We'll go on to cutting boards after this. Alright, nice and flat. Get our beautiful safety jig. This copyright free music is killing me, man. I wish I could just listen to my music. I gotta find some good copyright free music. YouTube's gotta cut that out on the live streams. I get it, I guess, but I want to be able to listen to my music while I work. This is a good one for copyright-free music. Good Old Days by Joaquim Carudo. Sounds pretty cool to me. Alright. Where did I put my safety glasses? Right on top of my head? Of course. Alright. Let's get to cutting this guy. Good morning, Benner. How's it hanging? How's it hanging? All right, I think that's a better thickness at, I think that's 11 or 12 kind of. Yeah, right in between 11 and 12, 11.5 we'll call it. That seems a little better than the 10 to me. Just those slight differences. What a difference it makes. Okay, same thing with this guy. Give it a light sand. This is Suzanne's knife, and it's going to be awesome. I like the Purple Heart running through it. And she said she wants it in the middle of the knife. So this is her knife right here. We'll take that off later, but we're going to put that Purple Heart right in the middle. Actually, it's going to be close to the middle. And the reason for that is because I'd prefer to have this Wenge at the front of the knife, because the Wenge is such a, that's a tough call. The Wenge is such a dense wood, so it's good to have it like on front and back kind of situation because of the fact that if you drop it or anything like that, you're not going to dent it. But if I put it up front, I'm leaving the back cedar. Oh, but we did talk about that actually. She did want the back cedar. Yeah, so I'm going to cut this guy off right here. And that way we start with the Wenge up front on her knife blank. So that'll be cool. So her knife blank should turn out a little something like this. Sweet. Plenty of space, plenty of room for activities here. So I will trace this guy out. In fact, we can just put this right at the top because I know it's a clean cut on there. Reduce the sanding that we need to do. Now this one is going to have a cedar butt, but that's all right. I also need to get a set of files. Whew, that is just the right size. That's crazy. I got pretty lucky there. I'll show you guys in a second. Leave the piece of wood on. My goodness, look at how lucky I got on this. So the knife handle itself comes down and ends right there. And then when I flip it over so that I have the grains matching up once I glue the left and right side together, that's the piece that I'm left with. So right when I cut through here, we're gonna be on the money for that end piece. I could also just do it twice this way. Actually, yeah, I don't see why not, because it's not a left or a right yet, technically speaking. It's only a left and a right once I go to put it on there. And I can just put that side on there. Okay, yeah, so I can just do that. I'm pretty positive. Yeah, that would work. That way we don't have that knot too. I really like this knife though. This one so far feels kind of like it's a small knife, but it feels good in the hand. So I think it's going to be a cool build. Okay, so that's Suzanne, and we'll cut all of these out as well today. I'm just trying to get them all kind of down to where they need to be. This one was Johnny-O. So that's not your average woodworkings. That's who that one is. Like I said, I'm kind of just waiting on the epoxy to show up as well. Okay, So we got 2 of them cut down to the size that we want. That's great. Because what size did I do on this guy? It just seems so much thicker. It's not though. This one's right at 10. It seems so much thicker. So I think 10 is actually the kind of number that we want to be at. What happened to my music? Alright, so there's those 2. And then there's the almighty Meinhard. He's awesome. Mr. Meinhardt was my first ever donation on stream, which was just an absolutely insane thing for me to see, because I never thought that would happen, and I wasn't asking for anything. It just showed up, and I was like, what is going on? And then Not Your Average Woodworking's joined in on that train, and I was like, dude, what is going on today? Okay, so nice flat piece. Let's go ahead and rip this guy down. Take it easy, Will. Good morning, June. Good morning, everyone. That's gonna be pretty. Wonder what I can do with all these little cutoffs. Could probably make like some weird abstract box kind of thing out of them. June is in the house. What's going on, man? Or woman, I'm not sure. All right, this one belongs to Meinhard, and he wanted Padauk at the front of the blade. So he chose this design. He chose to go with Padauk, Tigerwood, and Tatajuba, or as he likes to say, the wood of Star Wars. Nice. Nice. That always feels good. I feel like I can't work when it's all messy. So I'm constantly cleaning up the shop. All right, let's trace these guys. Yeah, this is so I think it was like a few streams ago. I was asking everyone in chat who was there what kind of knives they wanted to make. So everybody got to kind of choose different patterns that they wanted for, and colors, choices of wood, everything like that. So this is Suzanne's from Suzanne's Rhinestones. So she chose to go with a Purple Heart and Wenge and Cedar. And then this one is John from Not Your Average Woodworkings or Woodworks. Then this one that I already got more completed. I just need to have the knife blade sharpened because it's got no edge on it right now. But this one was Michael Zimmerman from Ohio who chose this one. So that one's good. And then this one was, I think this one was Jack in the shop. And he chose to go with this long blade one, Wenge with beechwood. So I think that's a super nice choice as well. And then we did the off-matched pins going through out of the beechwood and the Wenge. So that one turned out really cool as well. So we got a ton of knives that we're going through right now. And then I also let them choose the knife blade that they wanted, of course. So right now I'm kind of just cutting them all down to exactly Rhinestone Suzanne. Her carvings are awesome. There's still one of my favorites that she did was like she did one of an owl, and it's just incredible. So, Mr. Meinhardt, where'd you go? Oh, right here. I already taped you up, but we'll put this one on because it's got your name on it. Meinhardt. He's awesome too. Okay, so that means we got those cut down, John's, hers. 1, 2, 3. Making some good progress. And then this one is Matt Cleveland. And Matt Cleveland chose to go with horizontal striping. And he went with Tatajuba, Purple Heart, and Perota. So we're going to cut this one down to the 10 millimeters. And actually for that, we're going to put on the thin rip jig, because that works really, really well in this case. So we'll just pop this guy out. And then my 0 is at 130, so we want these. I've been doing 11 millimeter strips, somewhere in that range, between 10 and 12, depending on if you have if it's a bigger knife. So actually for this one, I think it would feel fine. I think 10. It's got a thicker blank to it, so tang, I guess is what they would say. So I think going with that 10 millimeters is going to be a great fit for this knife. Or 11, sorry. So we're going to go with that. Get this guy adjusted into place. Tighten down. And then we can bring that up to our stop. I was a little concerned about this one, but I think it's going to be fine. We're just going to take it slow. That's all you have to do in this world of woodworking, is just take it slow on some things, and better safe than sorry. And by sorry, I mean losing a finger, so better safe. All right. Cool. Yeah, that's gonna be sick. And I think he said we already traced it out on here. So he wanted majority of it to be the Peroda wood, which I completely agree with. That's definitely the fancier wood, nicer look to it. So it's just gonna have a touch of this yellow kind of tatajuba on the bottom of the knife here, and that's all. The rest of it's gonna be pretty much Purple Heart and the Peroda wood, which is just gorgeous. The Damascus blank that I have here, this one, I'm going to make out of just 100% Peroda, because it just looks amazing. All right, readjust the blade, bring it down. Like I said, do small cuts and you won't hurt yourself. Okay, so now I've got 2 blanks for Mr. Matt. We'll just chop these down real quick to get a flat edge and I can show you what's going on. Yeah, that's going to be pretty. And I think, I can't remember, so I'm going to have to wait for Matt to come in and let me know. I think that he said he wants for the brass to be gone. Or he said keep it on. I'm not sure. So we'll wait for Matt to come on before I F up his knife. And we'll just tape these back up. That is Mr. Matty Cleveland. Like I said, I'm really just trying to get everything prepared today. And then we're going to jump over to finishing these cutting boards and things like that. But all of those are cut down. Now we just have this monster freaking machete left to cut down. That'll be a cool knife. I don't know if the handle on this guy needs to be bigger since it's a huge knife. This thing is just crazy. I didn't even know that I ordered this. What I ordered was this one, but I didn't see in the description that it was a 3-pack. So it came with a large, a medium, and then a small. So I was like, what is this? And then I opened it and saw this gigantic freaking just whatever the hell we want to call it machete. The weird part for me is that like the one that I bought, the medium sized one, like I said, I didn't see it was a 3-pack. It's a skinning knife. What the hell are you skinning? Friggin' elephant? Like, what do you need this for? Okay, same thing on this guy. We are going to end up cutting down 2 pieces at 10 millimeters. So, or 11. We don't want it to be too too thick, especially on a big handle like this. So we're going to keep it at the 11 millimeters. It's kind of been the handle size for everything so far. So 11 mils should do the trick. And for this one, I wanted the teak at the front. So we can I think I should be able to get, yeah, 2, but it's going to be a sketchy last cut. All right, let's just go ahead and start chomping away at this guy. Perfect. Perfect. We got the perfect combination. Everyone thinks I'm Asian. Just kidding, that was a freaking lie. Nobody thinks I'm Asian, 'cause they know that I'm a Caucasian. If you can't have fun in the shop, then what the fuck are you doing? Let's build some knives. Take care of your tools, and your tools will take care of you. Isn't that right? Alright, let's blow this puppy out. So at this point, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 knives ready to go. We just need... No worries, no worries. You do you. I am not stopping anyone from anything. ever. Not my role. All right. I think it's time for a quick dust blowdown because I cannot take it. We'll just pop all these guys over here. Get these out of the way. And then we'll just blow the shop out. I think that's the nice part of a garage shop. The nice part of a garage shop. You just blow it out. Wow. Man, I need a haircut. Bad. Bad. All right, that guy is still drying up. I mean, it's been in the clamps for quite some time, but gotta be patient. Gotta be patient. So these were I just dropped that video on those cheese knives. These are those. I'm gonna get them dusted off. We're gonna put another coat of tung oil on them real quick. And then we're gonna put them in a safe, dust-free place. So, if you haven't already, go check out the video on these guys. Super easy to make, fun, burn through that scrap wood that you have laying around. So, like underneath this table right here, I've got a bunch of scrap wood from other projects, making these cutting boards, all that kind of stuff. And this is a very, very cool way to get rid of that scrap wood. So, like I said, I am going to dust these down real quick, grab the rag with some oil, hit them one more time. This will make 4 coats of oil on these guys, and I like to just space it out over about a week's time. So really make sure that the oil is deep inside of those pores and things like that. So this cutting board turned out wonderful, and I think that this one is pretty much done at this point. I might do one more coat of oil, but that's... Oh, and I'm waiting on the feet to arrive. I have some just little rubber feet that go onto this guy, help keep it off the ground and keep it nice and clean on the bottom as well. These are super simple to make. I did record the whole process, but I did not drop a video on it because there's so many videos on cutting boards. So what makes you want to watch mine, you know? It's kind of what I'm thinking there. There's just thousands of videos on making cutting boards, and it's not an end grain cutting board or anything like that. It's a very simple face grain cutting board, you know? So I do need to hit this side with just a little bit of sandpaper, same up here, very fine grit, and then I will indeed give it one more oil. That's cool. It's starting to form that surface. Tung oil takes a long time to cure. So you just have to be patient with it. But it makes for a very nice, durable finish. especially when it comes down to the kitchen. I mean, that's awesome. All right, so this guy's awesome. Love it, love it, love it. Just needs a little more loving, but it's pretty good. So let's just add a little bit of tongue oil. And we don't need much for this process here because these knives are pretty small in surface area. So just give it a nice healthy coat. And I like to make sure that I run everything kind of the same way. Really just helps with that drying, but holy crap. By drying, I mean like when it dries, you're not going to get as much kind of variations. And that I think applies to a lot of finishes, way more than it does with the oil. The oil is very forgiving as a finish. So I just like to, I mean, that's just killer. When you oil these guys up, they just look insane. That's awesome. So, like I said, just applying some tongue oil. Maybe I shouldn't set it on the board. Let's get a, that really doesn't matter because I'm going to oil this board up again anyways. My goodness, the Perota, it just shines. These cheese knives are just awesome. If you haven't already, go check out the full video on these cheese knives. Super simple to make. Trust me, you are going to enjoy making these. Really, really fun. And the Purple Heart. Purple Heart's a funny wood at times. Sometimes you can really get that purple to stand out and shine. And other times it feels like when you're sanding it, it starts to dull up very well. I think in this case I should have divided the Purple Heart and the Padauk with the cedar in the middle, but hey, it's still beautiful. And this was the first one that I ever made. Okay, so those have got a little oil on them. Need to order some more tongue oil soon. I might as well actually while we're here. Might as well. Doesn't hurt to put an extra layer of oil on my mallet. So just dust it down a little bit. This thing is sweet. This is made from real teak and Purple Heart for the handle sides and running through the middle of the hammer itself. And then the wedges are a cedar. That's so cool. Such a cool hammer. Such a cool hammer. Mallet, not hammer. Especially when you put it on the Purple Heart, really pops. I will show you guys this bad boy up close and personal. So this is the mallet, and that's awesome. It's the tiger wood. I should really turn on the light. That might help you guys kind of see some grain and stuff like that. And it's got the purple wood handle to it, split with the teak in the middle. It's just so cool for a mallet. I mean, come on, come on. What a mallet. All right, let's set this off to the side too. And we'll get these guys off to the side, and then we are going to work on the other cutting boards and getting those down to where we need them. I wonder if I can put these up here. The answer is yes. Just to keep them out of the way. What's up, everyone? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see for this Perota. That's a pretty thick handle. But I do have this Damascus blade that I really want to do straight Perota to. And this and one other knife are all that's left on the list, which is awesome. We're finally getting somewhere. And unfortunately, I'm gonna have to cut this whole thing down just to well, I might be able to. Let's see. Let's see if I draw this out, if there's a way to kind of save it and get both of these handles into this piece would be awesome. Because the whole point of these knives is to soak up my like kind of smaller scrap wood, and I really don't want to cut down any of my Perota, especially with the price of this wood, to make this knife handle. I want it to be 100%. Stay there. Jesus. I want it to just be all scrap wood. This is going to be a cool handle. Okay, so that fits there. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we need pretty much this entire piece. I need to rip it down to 11 millimeters. I guess I should have left my jig up and at it, because all I have left is this one. That's always the case. This knife is just a monster. Okay, those guys there. Actually, these knives could use an extra coat of oil as well and be put up into storage. And I think that these should sell pretty well at the local markets. We'll see. We'll see if anyone's really interested in custom knives or not. I'll tell you, there's one way to find out. gonna go ahead and, even though I have a little bit of sanding left to do on this guy, I'm gonna go ahead and oil it up because I really want to see what it looks like. And that's pretty sweet. Good choices, Jack. Good choices. So one of my viewers chose to make this knife. And this one is a Wenge mixed with beechwood, and then a Wenge pin and a beechwood to kind of counteract it. I think that looks pretty sweet. Lots of knives, lots of knives. Let those cure. And we're just using basic tung oil to finish these guys. It's like the Willy Wonka theme song with copyright-free music, baby. Alright, so we just have the Perota to cut through, and that should really finish up those knife handles. Because I'd like to get them all prepared and then glued down at the same time. That way I can just kind of work through them really quickly. And yeah. I might have to do this the other way because that's kind of sketchy. Yep, I'm just going to push this fence over to 11. We're going to cut it that way. Because I'm not a big fan of getting that knife blade super, super close to the edge of the fence. Okay, so same process over and over and over again. Welcome to woodworking. Let's just cut a little bit out of this guy, try and stay safe as we can. And guys, if you ever get resistance on your table saw, just do not try to force it through. You are so much better off just stopping the saw and either restarting, figuring it out, or doing what I'm doing here, stopping it completely. And then I'm just going to cut that last little tiny bit right here with a flush cut saw. And you see, that's going to be good for me. So, don't force it through. Tiny little piece. No idea what I could do with that. I guess I could like varnish something with it. Or veneer, I mean, sorry. Varnish. That's a type of finish. Alright, so this is for the Damascus. This one is a Damascus blade. So I already got one side here traced out. And when we go to cut it, just make sure that you give it enough space. Grain-wise, this board looks about the same everywhere, which isn't a bad thing, but I might move that guy down to the bottom actually. Top's got some nice grains up there actually, but just on this side I'll do the bottom. I guess I could do the top too. It looks good. Really just looking for the grain that I like to have on here. That's it. But this wood is just so beautiful, it really doesn't matter. Once you put some oil on it, it's game over. Alright. That's gonna be sick. I don't know if I want... Yeah. We're gonna do a design on this guy. With the thumb down. We'll see how it feels in the hand when we're done, but instead of having the two front pieces like I usually do, I think I'm just gonna do one kind of thumb groove for that thumb to sit in. And that'll be awesome. So, and I might have to do a little bit of sanding on this knife blank. Yeah, just so that we don't have any edges showing up. And then hopefully there's enough meat on this guy. Looks like it. To where we can pull some plugs from the same wood. And run that through. Cool. Alright. What is everyone up to today? Cause I'm getting kinda bored. I wanna chat some more. But nobody wants to talk to me. And I wonder why that is. It's probably cause I'm always singing shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 knives are almost there. Just need the epoxy to show up, and then we can I mean, I guess I could cut their designs out now and really have them ready to roll, but I can also just do that when the time comes, Because right now, the other thing I have left to do is a shit ton of sanding on these guys. So I have these 2 cutting boards, and I think I'm going to take them over to Gramps and run them through the planer as well. So I've got these 2 right now. Pretty cool, pretty cool. And then I've got this 3rd one that we can actually pop out of the clamp. Probably just shouldn't. Probably shouldn't. Give me a second. Think about it. Hey, chicken. Hey, chicken. Bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Should get some water too. Yummy, yummy, yummy water. All right. So these guys have been sanded down just ever so slightly. Drop our blade. Actually, we can leave this in and just take off the fence. So, sanding. Behind the back connection. He goes for it. He succeeds. Let's see. So that's 80. At this point, we are ready for the 120 sanding on this guy. And then we can do the hand sanding as well. And I believe this is our, that's 180 for hand sanding. That'll be fine. As long as we don't use 60 on this, because it does not need 60 grit. That's 80 grit grab. And 60 grit lasts forever.
Hell yeah. Look at this. Almost there. So much sanding. Alright. After that, hand sanding, juice grooves, that kind of stuff. At least I get to chat with you guys again. Now that that noise is over. Let's put this down. Sander over here. What's up? So we have someone new watching. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We've got these two to sand down, and then one of them is probably about ready to be pulled from the clamps. We'll see how we did on that. Hope I didn't go too low. We're gonna have to run this through the planer no matter what. But we'll see what we can do about that. It's definitely dried up. I think it's been 2 hours. That's more than enough for the glue, especially on a cutting board. Let's just get this guy out of the clamps. This one's gonna have to go through the planer though. See it to get it nice and flat. What are you doing, baby? Turn off that glue on the back. Clamps out of here. Okay, one more to hang up. Nice, and then we'll have 4 cutting boards for the market. And hopefully I come back home with 0. My only question is, I don't know how much these sell for as well. They're not end grain cutting boards or anything really fancy. They're honestly, they're quite simple. They're very simple. They just look fancy because of the different types of exotic woods in them and those kinds of things. But the build process on them was extremely simple, and kind of leaves me wondering what I can charge for these guys. Get that paper off of there. And what people are going to be willing to pay for this at the market. It's always the hardest part, you know. Some people say that you should do 3 times materials and things like that, but that wouldn't make any sense for me here, because materials weren't much compared to labor. So I don't know. All I know is I hope I make some money off of them. This one's cool. Could have done something different as well with cutting the white off to make it look like the woven pattern, but for me, this looks awesome. Definitely need to run this one through the planer though. Get it just nice and cleaned up. Let's see. That's actually really good. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Yeah, once it gets sanded down, we're looking great. Of course, that's square. We're looking good on flatness across the board. Cool. So, maybe even just sanding it down with a 80 grit's going to do the trick there. But I'm not going to sand this one until that glue is really, really set. So tomorrow I can come through with 80, sand down those areas, pretty much just this area. Make sure we get everything flattened out, penciled down. It's pretty cooler. And it worked out well. I mean, it's just a hair larger than these other boards when I added in this second strip today. So, it's awesome. I can add just a little, but I can do that later. Sand down some Wenge. Mix up a little glue just to fill just this tiny little crack on this. It's not a crack even, it's just a tiny gap on this side right here. The rest looks perfect and you couldn't complain about it, you know. As long as everything's lined up well, this is going to work out great for us. So, hey chicken. So this one can go off to the side for now. Sits nicely on the table so far. So that's cool. Yeah, I really like these. They're nice. They're really straightforward to make. But I do need to start making some other products again, like custom made products. I guess I do have the knives going on right now, but I'm talking like real custom. Let's take this 120. See if we can't get these burn marks, everything like that, sanded down. Wonder why the router bit did a little bit more burning this time. Last time it didn't do really any burning. This time it really seemed to have gotten a little bit of burn marks kind of on a lot of separate places. Obviously we don't want those there. So we might want to use a higher grit to kind of get those out. I don't want to go too crazy on the edge sanding here. Knock it down too much, you know. But I gotta get rid of those burns. the router bit spinning too fast for the size. That's my guess. If I have something that's kind of that same size to fill in there. Hey June, welcome back. I am currently trying to get rid of some of the router burns. I don't want to use too high of a grit though, or too low of a grit, I mean. But I think it just happened because I probably had the router speed set a little too high, I'm guessing, with the larger bit. That's why I got a little bit of burnage on certain areas. The corners seem to have gotten it more than others, which sucks for sanding, of course. So I'm trying to figure out how I can get these burns gone without sanding too much. But the 120 grit is taking quite some time. Let's try a little piece of 80 and see how that works. See if this 80 grit will get rid of that. And like I said, I think that those marks just came from the router bit being too slow, or too fast, I mean, with the larger bit. Because the larger the bit, the slower the spin rate you want to go with. Or so I've heard. I'm not a woodworking professional. But getting rid of these burn marks is going to be a pain in my ass. Gotta be a better way to get rid of the burns. I was just thinking I could burn all of the juice screws instead, but I don't think I want that look. That would be one way to do it. Just burn the juice groups, sand the top again. But that's tough to get rid of those guys. Especially because I wish I could just do this right here, right now, which would be awesome. So nice light hand sand. Maybe over. But the corners got pretty burnt in some areas, so get rid of it. Need to get rid of those. Know what we're saying? There's got to be a better way. Anyone in chat know? Getting rid of these little burn marks that we have on the corners. Is there a better way? Put a little hook in here for this guy. Is hand sanding the only way? Please tell me not. Please tell me no. What are you guys up to? Huh? Nice. What are you working on? Or are you still organizing? Man, I am excited. I am so close to being at 1,000 followers. Organizing. Yeah, that could take some time. So freaking close. It'll happen before I know it, though. These burn marks. There's got to be a better way. I don't think I have like a Dremel bit that would do the trick for this. Let's see. So it's not going very quickly right now for the removal of the burn marks. I almost need like a ball-shaped sanding bit for the Dremel for this to kind of work. I can't believe I got the wrong size on these. Sucks. This won't help really either right now. Maybe this other sandpaper is a better fit for this kind of sanding job here. It just seems so rough. That's not worth it. Burn marks. How to get rid of these burns. That's the question I want to know. So I just go a little lower with the, that might be a move. It's a move. If I just go a little lower with the router, let's see what we have the speed set. Oh, we have the speed pretty low. See, it definitely burned a little. Clean off this bit. going to do is try to just go a tiny bit lower with the router. I'm talking just a hair if I can. And if I can go just that little bit lower, I might be able to remove that burn. Okay. Guess I could micro adjust it as well right here. But I think just lowering it that tiny bit should be able to give me a fresh groove and get rid of those burn marks. That's the thought process. We'll see how well that works. Only one way to find out. Because sanding these things, it's a nightmare. So, sometimes it's better to just try different things instead of driving your mental self nuts. So, it seems deep. Okay, so I got this guy just adjusted, just to where it's going to take off literally a millimeter of the material. My hope is that that will remove the burning. That was caused earlier. Because on the first board I didn't have any burning, which was great. Because the sanding inside of the grooves was very easy. It's just about sanding it down a little tiny bit to get it to so we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that this guy has the least chance of burning. So make sure our dust extraction is going to be going. Just really making sure everything is set up for optimal performance. I like this song. Okay, so juice grooves. Hopefully we don't bounce on the juice groove. That's what kind of happened last time. And that's why I had to cut that one down. So, that one does need handles routed out. This one does not. So for juice grooves, we go this way. So this little jig setup allows me to actually not only do juice grooves, but the handles, which is great. Kind of a 2-in-1. The big grand mark. I know. So close. So close. I wonder when it'll happen though. At this point, it's not when, or if, it's when. And hopefully it's soon. So right now I am putting the jig up. So I have these kind of like little burn marks from the router, and I think it's because I was most likely maybe running the router at too high of a speed, or I was taking up too much material. But I've been hand sanding them, and it's a nightmare to hand sand out those burn marks, and I don't want to do that anymore. I was just working on one corner, and it was taking forever, and I didn't get it all the way. So I'm gonna set up my jig again, and that I use this jig for the juice groups, and it's a super simple jig to build. It's just pieces of pine that I ripped down into straight sections, and I can give you the dimensions that work for me and my router here. So it's 6 centimeters wide, and then I just have a piece that's taller than my cutting boards. That way the router itself can go onto the edge, and I can just follow that around all of these sides right here and get my juice groove cut in. And then the cool part about this jig is it's like a 2-in-1, because the handles that I cut out, which are right here on this side, on the bottom side, all I have to do is, instead of putting my boards in this way, I put my 2 boards on the sides, and that allows that router to just bounce back and forth and give me the handle in the direct center of this board on both sides, equally spaced and everything. So super cool that it kind of works out both ways. $9.18 and only 350 more. We gotta just pump out some more content. When did you start your channel, Benners? I just started mine last. When did I post my first video? It's less than a year. Less than a year for sure. $9.18. Not even a month. Well, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. The crazy ass train that we call YouTube. It can drive us nuts at times, but keep your head down, keep the work going. And they say it'll reward you someday, but we'll see. For me, it's been awesome just to talk to people and share the stuff I'm building and those kinds of things. So that part's been really, really cool for me. BV Spawn. Yeah, he was definitely a good reason why I started sharing stuff as well. Alright. Let's get some ear protection on this guy. What kind of stuff are you making on your channel now? Variety show route. Tell me more. Tell me more. Let's hear it. Alright. This is attached. Good. What am I missing? I want my safety glasses. Where are they? Alright. So, larger bit. Slow down the piece. I'm going to run it at 2,000 RPM real quick. We'll see how that looks. We got suction. Cool. We're right in the middle of the two screws. I think I need to go down just a hair more. Not getting me where I want it to. This might not work. It kind of helps. Let's see if it does anything with the other board. Helped a little bit. Helped a little bit, but it wasn't my cure-all. It was not the cure-all I was looking for. So we are going to have to frickin' hand sand all those corners and Oh wait, I guess I could. I don't want to apply too much pressure to this guy yet. We'll do that one tomorrow. I just glued that one up, so I've got to stay away from messing with it. So, yes, that was not the cure-all. It did help a little, so I guess I'm glad that I did that, because there is less sanding, but it did not get rid of all of them. So, is what it is kind of situation. Is what it is. We're going to have to hand sand. Until I figure out a better way of getting rid of that guy. Getting rid of those burns. There's got to be a better way for me to get rid of the burns. Might want to take this guy off though, since I don't need it right now. Take care, Junes. I don't have a jig for that, but I'm trying to think right now how I can get into the, give me 1 second and I'll show you what's kind of going on. The first board that I made, I didn't have any burning, so I didn't have to figure out a problem for this, or a solution for this problem, because there was no burning and I was able to just do a nice little hand sand to it, and I didn't have any issues. But on this one, right now, it's giving me a bunch of issues. Well, it's not really a bunch of issues, but I just have a lot of hand sanding to do to get rid of, oh, excuse me. So, as you can see, just these tiny little burn marks on the corners. They're a real pain in the butt to sand out. So I was hoping that when I ran the router through, and it did help, it got rid of some of the other ones, but there's still just kind of in every corner a little bit of a burn mark. And it's really a pain in the ass to sand. So I'm trying to think of any way to not have to hand sand it, but it's not working. It's not working. And the hand sanding just seems to take forever on getting it completely gone. Which I want it completely gone. And then I was thinking about another way, which would be the lazy man's route, I guess, where if I just burn the whole top and then sand the top flat, I can get this back easily with the orbital sander to look like this, and then the juice proofs would be black, but I don't think that's going to be a great look compared to just hand sanding it out. But that would be one way of doing it, just burning everything. And right, I don't know if it would be higher. I think this would be higher price, more, what is it called? Can't think of the word now. Not rustic. High class, high end. Would be my thought process. If it's, high end, yeah. Yeah, because sanding these juice grooves isn't a problem at all. I'm able to just even take my sanding block and kind of put it on this side piece, and that rides in it really nicely, and I'm able to sand it. So these parts are fine. It's just these corners that are burnt, you know. And even with these parts, I can just run my finger through it with a high grit, and it sands super nicely. But those damn corners that are killing me right now, and I don't want to sand them. Let's see how long this one. So it's 10:32. They're so hard to get out too. They don't want to just like. It's like the burn is deep. Thanks. Yeah, dude, they're super simple to make. Nothing crazy about this one. It's not like an end grain cutting board or anything, but that's totally fine. I think that's doesn't need to be end grain to be a nice cutting board. So yeah, it was really easy to slap these guys together and come out with a look like this. So I'm super thrilled about that. And the other ones look great too, so I have 3 other ones, 1, 2, 3, and then there's one up top that's already finished. And I think that they'll do well at the little local markets here. But I guess we'll find out if they do well or not. Only one way to find out. I almost wonder if there's like a round little sanding bit that I can use to kind of get in here with the Dremel or something like that, because this is just going to take forever. Or if I just need to quit bitching and just put some elbow grease into it. Like I said, they do not want to come out. They're stubborn. The hard part is I'm trying to keep the, edges all the same, so I don't want to really sand down too much on these edges. Dude, they're so stubborn. And they're going to be noticeable. So I need to get rid of them. Yeah, or both. Like there's got to be some secret that I'm not doing right now, to get rid of burn marks easier from router Removing router burn marks the easy way. Upcoming YouTube video. It's been 4 minutes on just this one corner, but I can still see the burn mark. Definitely better, but that's crazy. Just go away. Ooh, that's gotta be it. That's gotta be good enough. Let's see if this inside one disappears quicker. It's not looking good. All of that is there's gotta be something that would just the burn just goes deep. Shouldn't go that deep. Yeah.
Then I'm gonna go to the store to find something for Amber's birthday.
Okay. Like, what do you mean stuff for Amber's birthday?
Napkins, balloons,
Okay.
candles. Me to bring it later.
No. It was like this at first, you know. But all right. Sorry about that. Just kidding. Lord, help me. Please, make these burns go away. It's gonna be a nightmare. It is a nightmare. I mean, on these ones, the burn could look pretty cool. Some days, man. Some days you're just like, go, you know? Get shit done, kinda. Other days, the mind lags behind. That's where you just have to keep pushing. How many videos have you posted now? You're gonna have to go check it out. Yeah. I'm gonna write down your name. Weekend at Brenner's house. Banners. St. Brenner's. Alright. Weekends at Brenner's. Channels to check. Perfect. What's up, Jack? I'd click on it, but this laptop is old as shit, and it scares the hell out of me when I go to new pages that I won't be able to get back in to watch the live chat and stuff like that. So when I'm on live, this laptop stays on live. I don't click on a damn thing because I don't trust this laptop. I I have to turn it on and off like 2 or 3 times just to get internet open on this thing because it just freezes and shuts down on you. So, I'm going to write it down. Alright, now I know I've asked this like 10 times probably, Jack, but did you make a knife with me? I don't think. One of the Jacks. There's Jack in the shop, and then there's some other Jack A. And one of you guys designed a knife with me. And I can't remember. Jack, do you have a good way of getting burn marks out of corners? It's driving me nuts right now. I'm just hand sanding them, but they are taking forever to hand sand to get rid of these little kind of burn marks that I have in the corners. So, you got any suggestions on removing burn marks from rounded corners? Those times. Oh, this board. On the first one that I made out of teak and Wenge, I didn't have any burning issues at all, and it was great. And now, right, so what I just did 10 minutes ago was try to reroute these grooves to try and get rid of those burn marks. So I had the router speed low. I think it was set to 2,000 or 3,000 RPM on the router because it's a larger bit. The larger the bit, the slower the speed. And I went around. I was able to help out some of it, but not all of it, you know. Because I went around already and was just able to get a little bit of it off, but not all of it again. And I think so. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck. I think at hand sanding at this point. Yeah. Gotta love it. It's not wanting to come off, man. I mean, I think it took me like 6 minutes just to get one corner, and that corner could still use a little bit of work, you know. And I'm trying to be gentle on it. I wasn't sure if they have like a Dremel bit as well, like a ball kind of sander or something like that, something where I can be a little bit more aggressive, I guess, in the beginning, and then come through with the hand sanding. Because I don't mind hand sanding all of these parts and getting these all smoothed out and everything, but trying to get these burn marks out of these corners is just driving me nuts right now. I do gloves to just junk up the. Yeah, the first board I did, it could be too because they're like a little bit cheaper bits as well, you know, so you kind of pay the price for that. That could also be a cost because I was running a low speed setting, but I still got some burns. Yeah, I cleaned it up today as well, just before running it, you know. But definitely could be dual since it's a cheap blade, you know. Is there a way to sharpen router bits like that, you know? So I'll just give you this one for example. The other one's on the router right now, but they're, you know, cheap bits to be honest, you know. But it's what I got. That's what I'm working with. But how do you go about sharpening these guys? Yeah, cheap bit. This one I haven't used yet, so this one feels sharp. Yeah, I used acetone, if that's all right, to clean the bit, but that's what I just used to clean the bit, but. Oh, my wife said I need to watch the time. Hey, Meinhardt, welcome. 12:53. Okay. Welcome. Keep it in there, good to sharpen the entire cutting edge. Okay. I think I'm gonna look at some like nicer router bits as well and get that going. Meinhardt, I got the epoxy I just ran out the other day making the last 2 knives that I made. So I got yours. I just cut it down today at the beginning of this live to get the thickness that we wanted on the board. So we have them at 11 millimeters thick. And then I went ahead and traced out where we're going to cut the handle out. And then your knife will be coming up soon. Was there anything I wanted to ask you? No, you're good. You said keep the brass on for yours. And we're just doing the vertical grain in this case. And yeah, we're just waiting on epoxy for you. And then we're going to, I got all of the knives kind of prepared today. And so I cut down all of the blanks to 10 millimeters and got them drawn up on there. So now I'm just waiting on epoxy, and then we'll come in, jigsaw the pieces out, and attach them. So we have 6 knives, technically speaking, ready to go once that epoxy comes. So I'm excited for that. Right now, I'm fighting a mental battle. Mental battle with a couple of these burn spots that I have from the when I was routing out the juice proof. I didn't get any burns on the first board that I did, and then the 2 after that, 3 after that, I got some burn marks. So I don't know what I ended up doing, if I adjusted the speed or something and didn't notice, but yeah, now I'm sitting here trying to handstand burn marks out of this thing, and it's killing me. Just gotta stay positive somehow. Get this bad boy done. There's gotta be a better way to get rid of these burn marks. Okay, 2 corners almost kind of there. Still a lot to go on these guys. Yeah. It's being a nightmare. almost to the point where I thought about like just burning the entire juice groove and then sanding the top flat to get rid of the burns on the top, because that sounds a lot easier than it does sitting here and going through it with the hand sander. You can sand or send them off to be sharp after shipping and everything, cheaper to get it. Yeah, exactly. Gotcha. Yep, nope. I would just buy a new one and maybe put a couple more dollars into like a specific juice groove bit versus buying like the cheap, you know, $12 3-pack kind of thing. So I know how that goes, but for starting off, it's great. But once if you plan on using a lot of it, you know, it's always good to just invest in something that's gonna give you a longer return. So at least that'll be the move. I'll just buy ones that are a little better. Yeah, right now there's nothing I can really do about it, you know. It is what it is kind of situation. I'm just gonna have to suck it up, buttercup, and hand sand. Isn't that right, little chicken? Wanna come over here? No? Eat the bugs over there? Okay. Sounds good. Walnuts custard. Jeez! Yeah. But I'm hoping at that price it lasts. I think I'm gonna also look at it tonight and see if I can't find like a Dremel, you know, sanding bit that's kind of ball shaped, because I might be able to do that and just very slightly, you know, come in here and get these burn marks off the corner and then proceed on to hand sanding. Because like I said, if it's taking me, you know, 10 minutes per corner right now to get rid of these burn marks, which is just crazy, then you know, we're looking at an hour per board just to sand the corners. Yeah, so that's a good return on investment. 4 years for one, for $47, you know. How much pressure I'm putting on this? I wouldn't be shocked if I create my own burn marks for hand sanding. Well, I like the little jig that I made. It works really well. I'm sure it would work just fine with the handheld as well. And the problem, like I was thinking about like widening the juice groove to get rid of these burn marks. I was like, maybe that would be a smart kind of move, you know, because it would be a lot easier than hand sanding, but it's already a pretty big juice groove, so I don't think that I want to widen it at all, even if I just widened it like a hair, but yeah. We'll see. I just think that like on this one it wouldn't be a bad look though if I just like burned them all, but that's just not right. It's not right. No. We'll just hand it, especially this one. I've just got to fight through it. Hand sand these little areas out. Just do it. don't trust this computer at all. It's not looking good, boys and girls. Phone, see if it's still rolling on the phone. Looks good on the phone. Yep. Alright, switching over to Plan B for watching this bad boy. Oh, there we go. There we go. Computer's doing something. This laptop's so old, honestly. If it dies, I might be happy, because it would just be a great reason to tell my wife that we need another one. Of course, she has my laptop inside, and she uses that for her work, and then I'm stuck with her old ass laptop. This thing is she said, I think over 20 years old. Yeah, I think she said it was in 2005. Yeah, that's an old laptop. That's funny. And this Paduke just I mean, look at, it's like all Paduke just gunked up. So it's the Paduke. He loves to get into the grain of the other wood. safe driving though. Fucking getting distracted by YouTube. That is not a way to go out. Guy was watching another man sanding for 6 hours straight. Well, he decided to crash his car. Was it his driving or the woodworking channel to blame? Coming up next. Chatting and driving. Like a crazy man. And then he's gonna reply, but I was at a red light. Don't worry, people, I'm being safe. Or he's gonna be like, nah, dude. I'm going 85 down the highway right now. Don't worry about me. Full force. Just want to take a nap. Oh, come on board. You will not beat me. Hello, hello, Jeffrey Jones. What's going on, man? Nothing exciting over here today, as of right now. We are sanding away the juice groups, and it's a nightmare. So welcome to the nightmare. We're so close. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel on this one. Little dark spots. Thanks, man. It's I have a couple of burn spots from the router that I'm trying to make it disappear, and it's a nightmare. It's gonna be even worse on this board because it's just straight off the beach where it's been burnt. So like these corners, for instance, I might have to just reroute, kind of make it a little bit thicker of a juice groove. That's just insane amount of sanding. And then here's the other board that was where I had the router slip, and it took out a little chunk of the Wenge here. I just decided to cut it down and glue 2 strips into the middle, so I still have to come through with the router on this one and get these parts routed down into the same groove. But that'll look pretty cool once we get this all sanded, routed, and oiled up, of course. So I think this one's going to turn out pretty sweet. But we definitely have a lot of work to go on this one just to get it down to where we want it at the end. But it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. And then I just want to get back to the knives, really. But the knives, I need to wait on the epoxy to show up. So we have 6 of them ready to start the glue up process and stuff like that, but we need the glue for that. So I just ran out yesterday, or just the last time I was working, whenever the hell that was, and just ran out of epoxy making the other knives. So it is what it is, and we have more on the way. talk instead. That sounds a lot better. Today, the motivation train for Sandy is leaving, and I've been chasing after it all morning long. So guys, I hope your motivation today is better than mine. Let's you go out there and get shit done. I'm still getting stuff done, but it's a long process. Mental battle, mental battle. Get these button notes out. But we're getting there on this board, which is the awesome part. Right? If you're talking about the option of burning out the juice groove, yes, but I don't know how it would look at the end. Like, would it fit, or would it just look cheap, or, you know, that's what's kind of stopping me from doing that, because I think it would either take away from this design and board, no talking. I don't like that option. That's definitely not my style. Oh, wait, yes. Talk, like, just talking, yeah. No talking, that's not an option. Never. Ooh. Okay, that worked a little better. Fold the sandpaper over itself. Hell yeah, okay. If you fold it over on itself, it seems that you get a lot better pressure into that corner. I just folded it on itself 4 times. Seems to let me get more pressure into that corner. I mean, I think it's also me being the harshest critic in the world on these things, because I don't think anyone's gonna notice what's left now. You know, I don't think anyone's gonna say, "Oh, it was burnt with the router." It's kind of hard to see at this point, you know. But it's also one of those things where it's like very hard to tell until you put some oil on it, and then you're like, yeah, that's not good. Alright. Oh, what a pleasure it's been standing here, my beautiful little baby. Anxiety, that's wrong, perfection. No, I don't want to think anymore, but here I am. Boring too. I like the knife making on the device because that's like very interactive. Really enjoyed that. Asking you guys to pick out handles, designs, the blades, all of that. That was a lot of fun for me. I want to get back to that. We need that epoxy to show up. Last little corner, and I already got it earlier a little bit, so now it's really just about refining it and making sure that we don't see any burn marks. Highly doubt. Highly doubt that's what that is. Especially since we've still got a couple layers of sanding to do to it. At least at this point, the like black is gone. What have I gotten myself into here? Oh, my back! Oh, I think that looks pretty good. I just need to sand all the grooves down. loves to stain the other wood too, though. Like when you're sanding, it's all, even though there's only a few stripes of producing here, it just dumps up that sand. Round over all these edges. Not too bad. Not too bad, I'd say. Can't really see the burn marks, you know. Have to do it on that side of things. Oh, there's more on there. I mean, it was just like a lot of routing as well, so maybe I was letting the bit get too hot, you know? Maybe that was a reason as well why it kind of, because I was continuous on that router bit. I did all of the juice groups, so that was like 3 passes on each one to get it down to the depth that I wanted, and then I flipped them around and started doing the handles as well. So maybe it was just a lot and doled up the bit really quickly and heated it up too much, and that's what kind of caused those burn marks to start appearing. Price points, I'm not too sure. I'm really not too sure what I can charge for a base grain or edge grain kind of cutting board like this, you know. Since it's not end grain, I don't know if it's going to be like top dollar kind of things. I was hoping to charge somewhere between like $125 to $180 at most kind of thing, maybe. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to just do some more research and try and 532. Dude, I wish. There's no way I'm getting 532 out of this. That would be awesome. I would not mind hand sanding one bit for that price point. In fact, I would keep going right now, and I would not let any tiny little blemishes show. No, I think realistically I could ask for somewhere between like, yeah, I don't know, you tell me, does 140 or 180 kind of sound crazy? It's something that'll it'll last them a lifetime. So you do have to think about it that way as well. It'll last a lifetime. And then what I was thinking about offering as well for them is like almost in a sense, a lifetime warranty on it, to where I can sand and refinish the boards for them. So I think that would make the price point more enticing as well. Just because it's super easy for me to, let's say they've been using it for a year or 2 years or whatever, and it's got a lot of marks on it at this point, you know, and needs a new coat of finish or whatever. They can just bring it back to me. I can sand it down and apply a new finish on top, and that wouldn't take me long at all to kind of do. It would just be more about the curing time on the finish than it would the actual work behind it, you know. So I wouldn't mind doing that and saying like, hey, you know, it's got a lifetime warranty on it for you, and at any time you want, you can bring it back and I can sand it smooth and put a fresh coat of finish on it for you. Yeah, Jack, it seems like more people over here buy essentials rather than luxuries, but that being said, people are people all around the world, and some people here, you still see a Porsche drive down the street every once in a while, and you're like, okay, that guy's got money and likes finer things in life, so I shouldn't be trying to market to the clients that I don't want at the end of the day. I want the more high-end clients, and so for that I think that I'm probably going to scare a lot of people off on price points on things, but the right customer is going to find it to be you know, a good deal for them in their eyes. So the wood is cheaper over here, that is for damn sure. But I've been to 4 different markets now, and I have not seen any woodworking stands. I mean, there's been a few, like, there was one lady who made earrings, so out of scrap wood. Her husband apparently is a woodworker, and so she made earrings out of all of the scrap wood pieces. And then there was another stand that I saw at one of the markets, and they did CNC work. So all of their stuff was just cut out, like they had like the phone holders, but they were just cut out of like a plywood kind of material and put together. So their stand wasn't, like, even for me as a woodworker, I was able to just glance at their stand and just be like, yeah, it's not really for me, kind of. So I'm hoping that my stand stands out enough for people to at least like be intrigued by all of the natural wood colors and comments and look around and say, wow, okay, it's beautiful stuff, and then I can scare them away with the price points of things. What did you find on the Google search? But yeah, I think the last time that I was looking, when I was looking online, I was seeing stuff in between like 160, 180 to like 220 or so, and then end grain cutting boards were like 200 to like 320 and stuff like that, you know. 150 to 225, yeah. So, and I think what I'll do at that point too is like maybe do something like where, no, probably not, Jack, probably not for France. But when I did look them up in France, like in France and stuff like that, they seem to be kind of the same, roughly price points. But there was a lot of, and I was seeing a lot in France in my area where it was, just a piece of live edge that they cut down and kind of did handles on of some sorts and a juice roof, but it was just a slab of wood and it was like 170 or something like that. So if that's the case, then these should sell for more than that, if you ask me, because what they did was literally just cut down a section of the board that they had, route grooves in it, and you know, that kind of stuff, which would take me way less time than like gluing up, cutting, ripping down pieces, all that kind of stuff. So what I was kind of thinking though is like I could do something like this where it's like more straightforward, simple design, 2 boards. I could do this one for like maybe like 140 or 100, something like that maybe. It just sounds crazy, but I gotta stop doing that to myself, or else I'm just gonna start selling these things for $25, you know, and that's fucking crazy. But I was thinking like something like this could be like 140, something like this could be like, you know, same kind of price point area or whatever, and then something where it definitely stands out a little bit more, and it's gonna be something that someone else would, you know, I think whoever buys this board is not gonna mind spending 160 or 180 on something like this, you know, especially if it's coming with a lifetime warranty. I think that would be, you know, pretty good. Or doing a higher price point on this one as well. And the same thing with the board that I have up in the storage right now. That's got some of the other pieces on top of it, but that one is made out of teak, and I used like $40 of teak alone on that, and then the Wenge, so probably close to 50 in materials on that one. So I think that board should be closer to like 220, something like that. Just because the price point of materials on that board was 50 something. Actually this one should be up there too then, because this one does have that teak section right here. Now this is probably $15 worth of teak on here, 15, 20. The teak is expensive, man. Like that was a shock on the teak cost, you know. So this is probably 10 or 15, maybe $20 worth of teak. So I think that this one maybe 220, something like that. And then we'll see. If nobody buys it, nobody buys it, and you just keep trying. I don't know what to say there, you know. I could always drop the price, but I'd rather not. And there's certain like websites I was checking in France and stuff like that, like high-end builds and stuff like those kinds of things, and they had cutting boards that were way more expensive than that even, and were just as simple to make, you know. So I think that once I start, especially like on the next cutting board that I make, it's going to be an end grain, and it's most likely going to have a design going in it, like one of those woven boards or the 3D cube boards, something along those kind of designs, you know. And I think that if I have a few of those as well at the market that are priced at like the $260 to $300 kind of dollar range or something, that it'll make these look a lot more enticing as well for them. So maybe they see the price on one of those boards where it's, you know, 300, 250, 200 to 300 euros or whatever, that they'll come running back to this board at the 180 price mark, you know. So, or they'll just run away altogether. I will find out and let you guys know, that's for sure. But yeah, I like this one. I think it's gorgeous board. And I also think that, like, since I will have these like higher ticket items, you know, because I'm thinking like with the egg holders that I made, so I just have to come through, dust them off, and do because they've just been sitting out here collecting dust. But I think that with like these egg holders, that I'm going to be asking probably 60 I was thinking either 60 or 80, somewhere in that kind of range. But even if I ask just 60 on these guys, that would put me at, like, I have 12 of them, so that'd be 720, and I made them all 12 in 2 days, so that's like 300 a day, which is pretty cool. I'll take that. It's not terrible. So I was thinking 60 to 80, somewhere in that price point for these guys, because I mean they are all exotic hardwoods, and they're beautiful, unique. So I think that I could kind of ask for that price range and get it, hopefully. But yeah, we'll see. Alright, so these guys are so much hand sanding to do. I just want the epoxy to come in so that I can have a good excuse to stop hand sanding. Alright, let's see. Alright guys, well my wife has not called yet, which means that I'm going to be picking up the little one today. So, I'm going to go inside, do some computer work, and get cleaned up, dusted off, all those kinds of things, and then return to work tomorrow. I think I'm going to be going live pretty much this whole week. I don't have any new projects that I'm working on this week, so I'm going to be kind of putting together all of these knives that all of you guys have chosen. So these are going to be kind of the things that I'm working on this week, you know, so I don't have any new videos, should I say, that I'm going to be making this week, because I'm not going to be making videos about the knives, I don't think. I might make one full video on a knife or something, maybe on this guy, because it's the full Kuroda wood and Damascus blade, so it's going to turn out really, really nice. So maybe I make a full video on that. But on these guys, I want to do them live because these are the ones that all of you guys, the viewers, chose. So we'll be doing that all week long, and then we will be also finishing up those cutting boards. So that's kind of the plan for this week, is to do the knives and cutting boards. So if you want to come and chat anytime this week, by all means, step on back in, and I'll be here carving away. No, these are a lot of fun. So, and they should go pretty quickly as well. So we'll see if we can't knock out a few of them in a day, maybe two and two or something like that, kind of thing, or even more. It might go quicker than that even. So we'll see. But till next time. Take it easy, guys, and we will see you soon. Thanks for stopping in. Peace!